Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Elena Tavlaki, I'm Director of Signosis, and on behalf of Optimum Consortium, I welcome you all here today. This event is organized at the end of a 2-year period of the EU-funded project Optimism, and it will present you the research results and the experience of our collaborative work. We hope that this will be an opportunity, firstly, for us to engage with various stakeholders, and secondly, for all participants to discuss the best way of the optimization of the transport system in order to support sustainable mobility. I would like now to pass the floor to the project coordinator, Mr. Sunil Maher from Coventry University, who will introduce us to the results of the Optimism project.
Good morning, everybody. I must apologise for my late arrival today. Unfortunately, I've had personal circumstances which has delayed me this morning. My young son is unfortunately not very well at the moment, and not being in the UK is a little bit difficult. So I must apologise for not being here this morning. So, as you're aware, my name's Sunil Mayer. I'm the Deputy Coordinator for the Optimism project. At the outset, I'd like to thank you all for your attendance today. I hope that it will provide you with an insight into the collaborative activity that we've been undertaking during the project in the last 2 years. Excuse me, a few technical problems. Here's some basic facts about the project. Optimism started in 2011. And will conclude at the end of this calendar month. The project consortium consists of a very well-balanced, focused and committed organisations. This optimal balance has ensured that we have been able to utilise partners' expertise to achieve the project objectives. The consortium itself consists of a range of universities, research centres and SMEs. The main aim of Optimism project is to contribute to a more sustainable transport system in Europe by focusing on passenger transport behaviour. In our mind, sustainable mobility is understood as a long-term vision that needs to be achieved in the context of achieving a more inclusive and competitive society, as well as in the context of a continuous changing economy. So what is the main concept of Optimism? It aims to propose a set of strategies and recommendations and policy measures through the scientific analysis of social behaviour, mobility patterns and business models. The reason being for integrating and optimising transport systems. Excuse me. This is based on the modelling assessment of the impact of co-modality and ICT solutions for transport. There are 3 key activities to achieve this: identifying gaps and harmonisation of data in travel behaviour, defining the demand and supply factors of data that shape the transport system and mobility patterns, and defining potential decarbonisation of the passenger transport system, ensuring the sustainability of the system itself. There are 4 key objectives to the project: to gather and analyse and harmonise the national travel data statistics, which are all based on different methodologies, to identify and classify key factors defining demand for different passenger transport modes and different types of travel also, to assess the impact of co-modality and ICT solutions for passenger transport, especially based on their decarbonisation effect. And lastly, to develop a modelling technique that will result in new and improved service offerings that promote and encourage changes based on best practice. This results in the project achieving 3 key outputs there. A new improved service offering, strategy and policy recommendations, optimisation and integration of passenger transport systems. So the activity within the project was split across 6 work packages. All work packages are of equal importance, but the key project objectives are realised through work packages 2 and 5. I'll speak a little bit more about these particular work packages so we can put into context the actual project and what we're trying to achieve. And of course the key activities. Under work package 2, I've noted 3 key elements for each of the work packages. That's better. Under work package 2, under each of the work packages, I've noted 3 key points which are important elements for each of the work packages to actually put into context. And in your mind for the rest of the day, this will actually allow you to understand how the project has been undertaken, the pragmatic steps that have been implemented, and I'll touch on some of the results later on within the context of the day as well. So the first step under work package 2 was gathering and analysis of NTS data through surveys to relevant authorities and statistical authorities in different countries. Following on from that, a harmonisation methodology was developed involving the analysis gaps in data formats of national travel statistics, the quantity and quality of data, the methodology for minimum data requirements. During this period, there was a very big difference in the type of data that has been obtained, collated as part of that activity. Based on these 2 points, we were then able to analyse and identify what type of data is needed for policymakers to be able to assess the influence of such socio-economic drivers on travel behaviour and its impact. Under work package 3, the demand and supply factors, the first task provides the research framework for work package 3 by analysing the passenger transport system with its demand and supply factors. Based on this framework, the relevant variables and relations within the transport system were determined as inputs for the modelling of future mobility. We undertook a desk study with related projects of FP7 projects. The studies aim to provide an insight into the social behaviour and expected changes which interrelate to transport issues. The impact of the trends on demand and supply and technology, as identified under the first 2 tasks, will be modelled both at macro and micro level. Under work package 4, a broad overview of ways to achieve efficient co-modality will be presented both with respect to urban and rural transport, with specific attention to ICT solutions to increase possibilities of co-modality. A selected number of FP7 projects were assessed, with a specific focus on co-modality and ICT solutions, looking at the effectiveness, the costs in terms of implementation, impact and side effects, and transferability. A number of roadmaps under work package 5 for promising strategies for optimised and integrated transport systems have been created. Excuse me. These roadmaps will have these roadmaps are for a period of up to 2050. The next stage within work package 5 was to assess the impact of selected strategies by determining the decarbonisation effect potential, of these selected strategies, the effectiveness of transferring them into policy, and what instruments could be used. The same will be conducted in terms of effectiveness and from a technical perspective. And lastly, this task was forward-looking market analysis, which includes initial scientific assessment of state-of-the-art transport technologies and their future prospects. The project has yielded some very interesting results, some of which can be seen here. I won't go through all of them, as you can see on the screen. I would suggest that all of our findings are of equal importance here. But from my personal perspective, in terms of being involved within the project, I would suggest that some key points which stand out to me are the analysis of NTS data and the issues that surround collection, the recommendations that have been generated on harmonization of travel data statistics, travel behavior analysis, and some additional ones here that are of equal importance as well. The ones, again, that stand out to myself are the recommendation on sustainable mobility principles and the decarbonisation potential and co-benefits of the best practice and co-modality and ICT options. So our event today. I hope that during the course of today's conference you'll learn more about the topics that we've engaged with during the course of the last 2 years. My colleagues here from the Optimism project are all available. We have some very interesting presentations here today. We have representatives of academia, industry, as well as policy also. I'm pretty much sure that you'll find it very engaging, and I'd like you to take this opportunity today to engage with the work package leaders who will be available during the open session, where you'll have the opportunity to ask specific and detailed questions to the work package leaders and myself and other project consortium members in regards to the activity and our findings that we've undertaken during the course of the last 2 years. Thank you again for attending, and I hope you have a pleasant day. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Sunil. Now we'll have with us Mrs. Ioana Damescu, Project Officer, DG Research and Innovation from the European Commission. Ioana, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Also on my behalf, I would like to welcome you to Optimism Final Conference. My name is Ioana Damescu. I am been working with as project officer of Optimism for 2 years now, and I must say it's a very successful project from the European Commission point of view. Today, I would like just to share some thoughts with you about our new framework program starting in 2014, Horizon 2020, and to give you a few points of the calendar within the following months. So in the State of the Union speech pronounced on September 11 by the President of the Commission, Mr. Barroso, he reiterated the idea that more and better research is necessary to pull Europe out of the economic crisis, to strengthen the competitiveness of our industry, and all these balanced by the need to fight against climate change and to enhance energy efficiency. Therefore, investment in research and innovation is part of the solution, and science acts as a very powerful driver for economic growth. For example, the transition towards carbon-free transportation, it's not only a cost and a burden and a challenge for the industry, but it's also major industrial opportunity. So to meet nowadays challenges such as the economic crisis, the fight against climate change again, resource scarcity, increased mobility needs, well, research and regulation need to work hand in hand. Therefore, the European Commission invested during the previous period and before, so FP7 and previous programs, billions of euros to find, to demonstrate and deploy into the market new technological solutions. For example, the ICT solutions are now changing everything, including mobility and transportation. Think, for example, the new concept, or relatively new concept, of Internet of Things. For example, the e-call system in cars, allowing emergency call in case of severe accident. So this trend of investment in innovative solutions will be continued in Horizon 2020. Moreover, the structure itself of the program is built in challenges which are more or less synergetic, which will allow transport challenge to gain from other areas of the program, such as ICT for mobility, digital technologies, energy efficiency, smart grids, etc. The ambition, the main ambition of Horizon 2020 program is to avoid fragmented solutions and to unlock business opportunities for Europe and European companies. A few words before I give the floor to the expert speakers of today on the calendar. So the multi-annual financial framework will be voted in November, followed shortly by the legislature, so the Parliament and the Council vote on Horizon 2020 in December. The budget of Horizon 2020 will be relatively a little bit below under the 80 billion announced in the proposal. The societal challenges, which is the chapter where transport is located, will amount around 38% of this budget, and transport itself around 8%. I would also like to take this opportunity to advertise an event my directorate is organizing, which is the European Commission Info Days. I should say Info Day because it's only one day on December 18th here in Brussels. I believe that registrations are open starting October 15, if I'm not mistaken, and they will be closed on December 1st. Because it's only one day and because we have limited space, there will also be a limit to the participation. So for those of you who are interested, please already register as soon as the event is open online to the Europa website for transport research. Another point that I wanted to announce for those of you who are interested in being expert evaluators, so for participating in the evaluation of the proposals received following the call for proposals, there will be a call for expert evaluators open on October 1st. For those of you interested, again, you are invited to fill in your CV. And last but not least, the calls will be launched mid-December, the calls for Horizon 2020. So the first calls, there will not be no pre-publication this year because of the very tight voting calendar. So around mid-December, I wouldn't want to say a precise a day because it might not be the right one, you will be you will have the possibility to see the topics of the new program. The work program will be slightly different. There will be some novelties in Horizon 2020, but all this will be explained to you more in details to this info day in Brussels on December 18th. I believe that these sessions will be also available on the web and all the information, so if you cannot attend, information will be available for you further on our website. So thank you very much for your attention.
We are moving now towards session 1 about strategies, methodologies, and technologies for optimism and sustainable mobility. And I would like to ask Mr. Terry Martin, the journalist from Deutsche Welle, to moderate this session.
Thank you, Elena. Good morning, everyone, and I want to say thank you for allowing me to participate in this conference today, the final conference of the OPTIMISM project. Thank you, Elena. Thank you to the entire project. I have not been following this project very closely, even though I do follow a lot of European research, so I'm looking forward to hearing the presentations today. I will be moderating the two panel sessions, but before I begin, let me just make a couple remarks. As Elena mentioned, I am a journalist, so I try to keep up with what's going on in the world, and I have a couple of points I'd like to share with you before I introduce our speakers and panelists. This week is European Mobility Week, and many of you probably already know that. European Mobility Week being an annual campaign on sustainable urban mobility. It is sponsored by the EC's DG Environment and Transport. Around 2,000 cities in 43 countries are expected to take part in this year. There is an award also coming up, the Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan Award. The EC earlier this month launched its second annual Urban Mobility Plan Award, in case you're interested in that. This year it's focusing on balancing economic and social issues with environmental concerns in a pragmatic way, which sounds very much about what Optimism is focusing on. Last year's award, by the way, went to Aberdeen, Scotland. And finally, I'll just mention that the UK is holding its fourth annual National Sustainable Transport Conference on October 3rd, so that's coming up next month for any of you who might be interested in that. Now, a little bit of context for what we're about to begin discussing. Just last week, the European Parliament, as you may know, adopted a resolution on transport technology affecting sustainable mobility. It was addressing a communication issued exactly a year ago by the European Commission, taking stock of efforts to implement proposals that were in the famous white paper launched in 2011, white paper on transport. And in this resolution, rather in the white paper, it's recognized that the additional investment that is needed to achieve just the emission reduction goals for the European transport system, it's estimated at €1 trillion between 2010 and 2030. That's roughly, this is just for context, roughly the same as EU households spend on transport in 1 year. $1 trillion, many of you I'm sure know a lot more about that than I do, but I found that quite interesting. Now the communication and the resolution, they describe the EC's 2011 white paper on transport as ambitious, and I think there's good reason to call it that. The 2050 goals associated with that include no more, this is again quoting from the white paper from 2011, by 2050, the key goals, I'm just going to mention three. One is that there would be no more conventionally fueled cars in cities, which is, I think, indeed a worthy but ambitious goal. Or they would like to see a 50% shift in medium-distance intercity passenger and freight journeys from road to rail and waterborne transport. So a 50% shift there, and of course a 60% cut in transport emissions. So that's just a little bit of context for what we're going to be discussing now. We have an hour and a half for this session. We will begin with a series of presentations. There will be 4 presentations, and then the speakers from those presentations and 2 others from the project will join me for a discussion. We'll have some questions and answers on stage, some discussion, and then we hope to still have time to take questions from the audience. So instead of having you all come up at one time and having to turn your head to look at the presentations, I'm just going to ask you to come up individually to give your presentations, and then when the 4 presentations are over, we can all gather here. The first presentation for this session is from Wanda de Bosch. She is Head of Division Mobility, Safety and Road Management at the Belgian Road Research Center. The title of her presentation, Sustainable Mobility, You Can Get What You Want If. And we're going to find out what that is.
Thank you, Terry. Good morning, everybody. I would like to thank the organizers to give me the opportunity to take the floor today and to speak about sustainable mobility. And as Terry mentioned, the most important word in my title presentation is the if. So because I have only 15 minutes, I would like to start with maybe not the conclusion, but the 3 main important things I have to mention, and maybe the 3 conditions to answer to the if of the sentence. First, I think that understanding mobility and acting on it require a keen interest on its foundation and its motivation. 2, mobility is becoming more and more complex, and so does the world in which it develops. And the third point is that to be effective, any mobility and transport policy must act on the 3 components of a transport system. That means on human behavior, on vehicle, and on infrastructure and environment. So, what are the main challenges we are facing to? We all know about problem on pressure on environment, especially with pollutant emission and noise, shortage of resources. But in parallel, we have social and demographic changes as well, and huge changes in technology. No, technology is not for me, as you see. Okay, what about social and demographic changes? Maybe a very important point is the increase of population, especially in urban cities, urban area. We know that today about 75% of people are living in cities, but tomorrow this percentage is expected to increase to 85% by 2050. So the pressure in the urban area will increase. Yeah. An important thing is the generation, what I call the generation effects. That means that with new generation, you have new living style, new mobility habits. And we know that demographic trends in Europe show that there is an increasing in life expectancy. So we live older, and seniors are becoming more mobile than in the past. Here you have a table with a comparison with all the different generations with their habits, lifestyle, and the consequence for the mobility. As you probably know, we are now with the C generation, C for connected. That means that this generation like to own in cities. For them, it's not important. They don't attach very important to the ownership of a car. They don't attach importance to the working hour, but they want to be connected every day, everywhere. So that means that new working habits appear, like the liberalization of working hours and conditions, for instance, or home satellites as well. Another point in the context is, of course, the large improvement in fuel consumption and vehicle, with a large diversity of vehicles running with unconventional fuels. But we know that we have still some doubt about this alternative vehicle and alternative fuel, especially with biofuel. Another point is the connectivity of the society now, with a very large range of online services, which are now for everybody, available for everybody. And as I mentioned before, the C generation want the world in his pocket, with the huge changes, of course, with the consumer attitude, and with consequence in transport and mobility as well. What is the shape of future passenger transport? What will be the mobility requirements of Mr. and Mrs. Smith in the future? We know that the transport demand still continue to grow. I know that you have some doubt about the prediction, so am I, but all the prediction seems to agree that the transport demand will still continue to grow. As you see on the slide, both for passenger and for goods. In this context, it seems that the car will remain the major transport mode, but the attitude regarding the car, the use of the car, seems to be a little bit different. It seems that in the statistics in Europe and in other countries as well, the use of the car seems to reach a threshold. But the question is this threshold an epiphenomenon or real a long-term trend? So, what could bring ICT in this context? Of course, ICT technology should contribute to a smarter, cleaner, and safer passenger transport, but therefore there are conditions as well. For instance, ICT in travel demand information could be benefit for all users if we move from a static system to a real dynamic system with real-time information system. If we move to a separate transport mode to a multimodal approach, a real multimodal approach, and if you can move from display for all information to a real customized system. As I mentioned before, the elderly people are becoming more important. So I think that we should pay attention for this kind of user with specific requirements. ICT could contribute to mobility services, new mobility services. Of course, we have to move from single mode to real multimodal approach and multimodal system. And as I mentioned before as well, I think that we are moving from the ownership to the use of the mode. And as you see on the slide, there are new services and business models which emerge with this notion of not ownership but use. So for the C generation especially, it's no more important to get a car. What is important is to use the car. So I use a car only when I need it, on demand, and there is no need to have it sleeping in my garage. So that means that new services are coming. ICT could contribute in traffic management as well, but therefore we have to move from a standalone system to a real cooperative system between all the different operators. And we have all the technology available to have communication infrastructure to infrastructure, vehicle to infrastructure, or vehicle to vehicle. ICT with vehicles, we have expectation or maybe fear about autonomous vehicle. Yes, indeed, the technology is available, but questions still remains, especially about road safety. So, how to make that all efficient? As I told you, we have to act on the three components of the transport system. That means on technologies, on human factors, but on environment and physical factors as well. I think we have to anticipate more. Therefore, we need research. Anticipate. Why? Because, as I told you, exogenous factors will influence the mobility of the future. And here I put a photograph of a picture of the 3D printer, because I think that this kind of new technology could influence, of course, the distribution and logistics of tomorrow, but that means freight transport as well. So I think that for the researcher, it's very important to look maybe a little bit further, a little bit broader, and to anticipate more about this kind of exogenous factors. We have to innovate. Here you have a picture of Eiffage Group in France, which create a think tank working group called Phosphore, and they have to imagine what are going to be the cities of tomorrow with the vehicle, but with infrastructure as well. So we have to innovate in infrastructure. We have to innovate. Okay. We have to innovate with infrastructure. I think an important point about infrastructure, I mentioned the pressure in urban area. And so I think that in urban area, we know that the public space should be redesigned. I mean that we know that the urban sprawl is not a solution. We have to look rather for more compactness. And so I think that the use of public space should regularly change regarding the different requirements of all the road users. That means that you can imagine a more chronotopic use of the space, changing depending on all the road users. You have to innovate in vehicles, but of course there are a lot of questions regarding this kind of new vehicles and the place of these kinds of vehicles on the infrastructure, especially with road safety. And I think we have to innovate in management and funding as well, with, for sure, a greater coordination of all authorities between the public and the private sector. We have to set up and to develop a real evaluation culture, because money is... we have a shortage of fund and money, so we have to prioritize our investment, and therefore we have to set up an evaluation culture. And we have to look to new ways of funding as well. I think we have to encourage as well, for change of behavior. And here I place a picture of illustrating home working. And I think it's very illustrative, because for home working, you have to convince the employee, but you have to convince the employer as well, because your management way have to change with home working. So to encourage this kind of behavior is a task we have to do as well. And the last point, I think we have maybe to control as well, and especially about the price of transport. I think that it's a determined factor as well, and maybe we don't have to tax more, but we have to tax better. So keep optimist, and if you can answer to all these conditions, you can get the sustainable mobility you want. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wanda de Bosch there, outlining some of the conditionalities attached to the challenges associated with sustainable mobility, encouraging us to cooperate, anticipate, and innovate. Our second speaker is Secretary General of the Belgian-based network Polis, which connects a lot of cities around Europe and beyond. He's going to be talking about implementing innovation in urban and regional transport to achieve policy objectives. It's my great pleasure now to introduce Mr. Sylvain Au.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to speak at the Optimism final conference. I will try to be not too long, so we can keep time to discuss. I think that would be very interesting. I'm very glad I'm speaking after Randa, who's done such a wonderful presentation, because I will give a very different perspective, but I would say I agree with all what